be right over here. Welcome to the stream, to the 0 people that are here yet. I'm just getting all this set up. Okay, we're going there. Alright, I'm just getting the link sent out to Discord. Alright, there's that. Alright, there we go. Alright. Carry in the okay, that should be all that I need to put up. Alright. And let's see here. It's going. Alright. Okay, click out of this and come back over to this side of the table. Nobody's here yet, so I should be okay. Alright. Now then, I am going to get to work on the latest comic page of my comic of Heroes and Legends of the Dreamscape series. This will be page 54. I don't ever get to stream the physical making of the comic, so since I figured out how to do the mobile device streaming, I figured I would give this a shot with the comic page itself rather than just random doodles. So, yeah, we got the pencil sharpener, the pirate robot. I guess let's get started here. Hopefully no falling over today. Unicron is back on his chair. I'm almost falling over here. Let's move that there. Oh. Why is this so easy to knock over? Okay. How do I do this with this in the way? Okay, so we got Doko in the claw up in this first panel. The previous page, the claw was asking Doko if he was nervous about the upcoming final match, and likewise here, Doko is asking Claw in turn if he is nervous, which he's not really. There's a sense of excitement to it being the final match and all, and who all is participating in it. But no real worry or anything on his part. He's not someone that really gets into the worrying type of situations. He's just experienced so much throughout his life that it's just another day to him. With Doko, though, the Claw has pretty much worked his way through everyone at the tournament. So there is some worry to be had, but not one that Doko would pay attention to immediately with how he is. It's a mixture of worry and excitement on his part. Yeah, I knew I wasn't going to be able to really focus on drawing out the background, like on the stream itself, so I got the rough outline of it made off stream. Mostly this morning, but some last night. It gets a bit hard to focus sometimes on making stuff when you're on the internet and everything, so you gotta either really focus on the creation process or just shut off the computer and do something else. Sometimes I'll have music playing while I make stuff, but sometimes even that becomes a bit too distracting for me with how my head's gotten these days. That this has been a pretty steady page to make. The last page was quite a bit of characters and stuff on it, and thankfully you only really get to see the audience as these two people up there and some silhouettes in the background down here. And mostly it's just conversing between the Claw and Doko, and some words from the announcer to break things up. I laid out the page a bit different than a typical page might be. There's like this slanted line going through it, and normally the panels would probably be more squared off and everything, and you'd have a more understanding. Well, this isn't really that confusing to read because it's still broken into 3 sections, but here I was worrying the viewer might not understand where to read next after this panel, but I made it so that this could be read at any time, because the announcer is just there to show that he is commentating and stuff, and it's a pretty easy thing to throw in where it's like unrelated to the conversation that's going on in the other panels, and just along the side you get his little commentary to show a continued engagement on his part and the audience type of viewpoint, while Doko and the Claw are focusing on something else in their conversations and stuff. The audience themselves can't hear the Claw or Doko because they're just focusing on the announcer and don't really. He's just getting things ready for the final match and all that. Yeah, just shading and stuff here. This is how the comic making tends to go for these pages. You lay down the rough outlines of things, then you go in and you shade, and then you blacken the lines, and as you're doing that, you fill in the word balloons. At least that's how these comics are made. I know everyone's got their own ways of doing things. You got the King's Shadow statue in the background looming over everything back there. It'd probably have more of a presence if you had like the head of the statue in there, but it's been there the entire tournament, so anyone that's paying attention will know what the statue is. It's just supposed to show his lingering presence overlooking everything. Obviously, he's a character from centuries ago at this point, but he was a very prominent character in my stuff back in the 90s, early 2000s, that time period. And his influence still continues on to this day. Yeah. There we go. Oh. Nope, nope, nope. Stand, get back up there. It's getting caught on the rings of the sketchbook. Shade, shade, shade. There we go. Yeah, Claw here, he's just... No, I'm not really nervous or anything, but honestly, I did not enter the tournament until I knew that you were going to. And Doka's like, wait, what? You know me? And this is something that the viewers probably haven't picked up on yet, is that, yeah, the Claw is here because, specifically because he wants to be fighting Doko. That is why he entered the tournament to begin with. And that's what's finally revealed on this page. Just why he's fighting him, the entirety of his reasons isn't, like, said on this page, but, he does know about Doko, and once he saw him 2 comics ago, it's after that that you see him in the preliminaries with the other fighters, because he saw Doko coming to the tournament grounds and was just, well, I guess if he's here, I may as well see if I can get to him. Yeah, the tournaments were... I knew that I wanted to have a tournament in the comics, like, as far back as since before I started making the comics, and I knew I wanted it to be after the first saga. But I don't think... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did not have the Claw thought out to be a participant back then. I was just making it with, like, the mentality of, well, Dragon Ball did its story like that, so I'll put in a tournament as the second part of the story also. And that's just how that sort of evolved. Yeah, my dad always said that Doko made him think of Goku when Goku was younger. The naivety of them, and the innocent hero guys. Hopefully my body can last staying, like, kneeled over like this. It already wasn't the most pleasant yesterday, but it did get the scribbles done. I just wish there were a easier way to... Ow. Ow. I'm going to stand up for a second because my knees are, well, my I guess, left pelvis region is starting to ache from that. Ouch, ow, ow. Oh, we're already at 15 minutes in. Ow. Alright, I took a few steps over there. I'm coming back over here. I wish it was cooler. Yeah, we'll have the air vent open over here. Hopefully it's not too much noise. I doubt it is. And we'll get back to shading. I imagine that with the camera on, I'll be more focused on working on the page, so it probably won't take as long to make the page as, like, if I were just doing it on my own between being distracted by little videos and stuff on YouTube. Okay, that word balloon's there. Not really much space for shading up here, but we'll rub in some gray, I guess. There we go. Gray, gray, gray. Shading, shading, shading. Yeah, this is just how you do the comic. Hours and hours and hours of this. Usually it takes about 4 or 5 hours to get the physical part of the comic making done. And then usually about that much to do the digital editing afterwards. Such is the life of a creator. Such is the life of an adventurer. Yeah, I always like the Hilda series. I am interested to see how they're gonna be continuing that series. You could continue the adventures on forever with how that series is set up. Although I'm mostly interested in Luke Pearson doing more comics is all. Like, I want to see Hilda stuff, but the priority for me is usually the main creator making their core project over all else. The show and episodes are nice, but the original artist, what they do, takes priority for me usually. Creators, creation. Right now I'm trying to get together all sorts of stuff, like all sorts of people I've seen on YouTube over the years that don't do it now, and trying to preserve their stuff for when YouTube starts possibly taking down older channels at the end of this year. It's such a garbage thing to do, but if it happens, it is not out of the realm of expectancy from them for me. Ever since Google took over YouTube in like the early 2010s, it has just been getting progressively more and more dangerous for the preservation side of things. But we are fortunate to have YouTube. If Google had it their way, they'd probably just get rid of everything that did not make money and just eviscerate the decades of content at this point. But we're not at that point yet. Every day, though, it does feel like it's closer and closer to that point. The loss of what was, and if I have it my way, I'm not gonna be able to save everything, but I will be damned if I do not give an effort. Well, the shading's going pretty steadily here today. Okay. There we go. I'll check over on the other end of the table for a second. And you just sit tight, whoever might be there. Okay. Alright, there we go. Okay. I'm just checking something. And I am back. And I don't want to kneel. Just a second. Let me get readjusted here. Abaiado. Sometimes I go back over the shaded areas a bit more to darken them again, because on the Windows 10 computer, its settings have it slightly different from the visuals on my Windows 7 computer I upload these on. Whenever I stream working on the digital portion of the comic pages, it's on the Windows 10 computer. And on that, it shows the darks as not as dark. So I don't know if it can always be seen as the proper level of darkness to some of the readers. So I just sometimes go over portions to make it darker again, and hopefully define the contrast more. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, and he has his pinky up. So there's the pinky. Pinky in the brain, yes, pinky in the brain. One is a genius, the other's insane. Pinky, the pinky in the brain, 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 brain. We'll take over the world. Pinky in the brain, yes, pinky in the brain. Twilight campaign is easy to explain. To prove their mousy worth, they'll overthrow the earth. Pinky, the pinky in the brain. Oh, hey, Versus. Yeah, I figured out yesterday how to do a physical stream. So, yesterday I streamed, I can just flip to it. Let's see, where is it? Here it is. I streamed making all of these sketches yesterday, and now I'm streaming making the next, the physical part of making the next comic page. Let's see, I gotta put in the, little blockage thing over here. There we go. Well, the only downside is here when I'm doing this, I gotta crouch over this stand to, like, get to the page with this camera thing in the way. And it's not the best for, like, the lower abdomen things going on with me, but yeah, it's let's see. Maybe, hopefully that's all right. Yeah. No, this is just what we got going on here today. Page 54 of the latest comic of Legends and of Heroes and Legends. And in this case, the hero would be Doko, the legend aspect will pertain to the Claw, the final participants of the tournament. We're getting into the final fight territory here. I've sketched out the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 7.5 pages of the fight so far. And that's only about like a third or half of it. But I'll get there. It's finally getting towards the... I'm finally at the final match, at least. We're on page 54, but with how it's been going, I anticipated it to be complete by this point, but with how it's going, it's probably going to be more in the 70 or 80 page range. And about halfway through the fight, I'm going to switch to doing colored pages with, like, my watercolors. Like how this is colored. Yeah. And we got the Dragon Ball pirate robot here, keeping us company. Yep. Yeah. And we're getting to the bottom of shading the page, at least. Sometimes I go back over the shading a second time because the Windows 10 computer that I edit the pages on, well, when I stream, I edit it on the Windows 10 computer. I upload it into my Windows 7 computer. But on the Windows 10 computer, the dark areas aren't as dark, which is probably the screen settings being different, but with that, it just makes me wonder if everyone's seeing the dark areas at the level of contrast they should be at. So sometimes I'll go back over the darker areas again to try and get it looking properly darker. Smudge in the graphite to give the shading effect. And congratulations on being the one viewer here, or the first viewer here. It is nice to have you today, Versus. How have you been lately? I'm sure you're more active on Discord, although I don't know if I've seen you around there lately. People just come and go, so it gets hard to keep track at times. Oh well. Everything has its phases of activity and all. Oh, well, a job's good. It means you're getting money. Which is more than I can say. But I am creating, that's the important part. Create now, get money later. Hopefully. And if not, you gave it the best shot you could. Yeah, I got a few Dragon Ball Gashapons over here. Little King Kai there. Alright, I need to see where the word balloon will be. It's right there. So the shading for this part of the page will be here, and it'll bleed into that area. All right. There we go. Oh, and I don't know if you have any activity on your channel versus, but I heard the other day that YouTube is going to start taking down channels that are not active at the end of this year for like if they haven't been active for 2 years. So there's a little warning, I guess, if you need one. If you're putting up videos enough or whatever, though, it should be fine. Mostly just annoying to me with how it's probably going to lead to a lot of old content being lost on the site. I'm always trying to save stuff, but even then, even if I broaden the scope of what I save, it'll still be things that I, as the individual, deem should be saved, and probably not prioritizing everything to save. But I am saving at least some stuff. YouTube said that they wouldn't take down video, like, channels that have videos on them, but, that's, as far, and I don't really know if I trust the, like, that completely, but, that's about all they've said on it, so I'm assuming what it means is if you don't post videos and stuff. That's what they made it sound like. They say it's because after 6 months you get a new verification thing if you haven't used your account, which will make it harder to get into your account for like safety's sake, but it feels to me like it's more just them trying to clean things out. And it feels like an excuse to me to do that kind of stuff. Eh, YouTube has just been getting more and more not as easy to keep things preserved on over the years. Well, hopefully your commenting will still be able to be done. Yeah. Yeah, I just got done saving saving all the Japanese versions of the episodes of Transformers Armada the other day, which have subtitles so I can understand it at least. Well, as long as you're alright with what happens. For me, I'm just trying to save what I can of people that haven't posted in years. I went through my subscriptions the other day to sort through who hasn't posted in like years. Some of them haven't posted in like over a decade at this point, which are the ones I'm like prioritizing, trying to get the stuff of to keep those saved. There was a guy called Salami Dragon that did this dub of the old Sonic the Hedgehog OVA movie, and his videos have been taken down and put up by other people and taken down over the years. And I'm trying to get a hold of those. I found someone that had the old garbage Pokemon redub he did, and it's cringy late 2000s humor, but it's still someone that was like had a presence back then, so I'm trying to keep that saved. Hopefully we don't lose Filthy Frank. That would be bad. All that, glorious early YouTube quote-unquote comedy. Yeah, he's he's someone that he wasn't. I wouldn't say Filthy Frank was like the funniest person, but he tested what was allowed on like YouTube, and he was funny quite a bit. But yeah, it's it would be a shame to lose all that stuff. Yeah, Filthy Frank moved on from being Filthy Frank. Part of it was just, I think, getting tired of doing that stuff, and then part of it was uh getting tired of doing it. Yeah, and he wanted to do music, so he just eventually left that behind. And I know that doing that voice was like horrible for his vocal cords, so that was probably also a factor. Yeah, the Filthy Frank one I probably saw the most was the Weeaboo one with like Weeaboo Jones and everything. And that just, you're a weeaboo, we're a weeaboo. And that is like classic, just lashing out humor of the old, like, late 2000 internet. And I also need to save some of those old YTMND videos, the You're the Man Now Dog videos, because that predates YouTube, so I need to get some of that stuff. There's so many Let's Players that haven't posted in years or over a decade that they have like tons of videos, and I don't know if I can save all of the ones that I want to, but I'm gonna try to get some. I know I'm going to try to get most of Retsu Prey and Chip Cheesem and stuff like that. Rom Scout. Cypher on 48 started, his account got hacked, and he started re-uploading his Banjo Tooie and Let's Play and stuff, and actually started a new Let's Play, the Resident Evil 4 remake. So he's safe for now. I don't have to really worry about him. But a lot of older Let's Players I'm trying to go back through things of to see what needs to be prioritized in the saving process. No guarantee that there is going to be a big deletion anything from YouTube, but with them, I'd rather not take the chance. Should I even put... No, I'm not gonna... I don't need to put that building back there. That's where, like, the sky is. Oh, wow, I think I'm mostly done with the shading of the page. Now I gotta figure out how to position myself to do the line drawing. Oh. Ow. Ow. Let's see, how do I do this? Yeah. I guess this is about as good as I can get my position with how things are set up here. Yeah, I really hope it's some... Now this is what I can't stand about the, like, digital work, is I can't turn things to, like, position it in a different manner when I need to draw from a different angle. Like, you can do it somewhat, but mostly it has to stay locked in place, which makes the drawing more unnatural than it would be with like a sketchbook here. Okay, we do the black lines, and as we're doing the black lines, we fill in the word balloons, which the previous page had quite a bit of talking on it. This one, not as much, I don't think. Although that's a lot of talking in those panels. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Hopefully I'm not hitting the stand too much and wobbling the screen too bad. Yeah, for me, I'm someone that always wants everything that can be preserved to be preserved. It is the legacy of humanity and stuff, for however small it is. Not all of it's as quote-unquote important as others' feats, but it's still part of us. And there's a lot of good times that you'll never get to see again if they're lost. There's a lot of, well, I didn't really start out enjoying reaction channels, but after giving them a chance after enough time, there are some reactors that it'd be that there are reactors that it has been a shame to lose the videos of to me. And a lot of people during like the Star versus Forces of Evil and Steven Universe reactors got things taken down. Oh no, don't worry, I'm way ahead of you on that versus. I got 2 hard drives, external, hard at work on things, don't worry. I am getting that physical preservation as best I can. Got things on them from, probably from before YouTube was even around. And I've got like an army, like 40 USB drives, sticks, or whatever. Yeah, I'm someone that tries to preserve. And then, after YouTube's expunged everything, I can come back and just dump everything online at the end of my life. And yeah, you corporations can have it your way, but kids, take a look at what you've been missing. Well, this has been my contribution to your species. I'll head off now. Or just put my brain into the matrix and continue on as a digital entity creating forever. That would be the dream. Listening to my Dragoste Dinte as I work. Or as people know it more as the Numa Numa dance. Fun fact, I put the Numa Numa or Dragoste Dinte as my favorite song of all time back in my old grade school yearbook. It probably isn't my favorite, but it was pretty damn catchy. Maya he, Maya hoo, Maya ha, Maya ha ha. This is so awkward doing this with like the stand in the way. And I have to bend over to... Give me a second. I am kneeling straight up now, so I am readjusting. Okay. Let's bring this down. I don't know why Grandma had all these, like, Tolkien books here. J.R. Tolkien. Like, she has multiple, like, she has, like, 4 different copies of The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, like, all of the books each. It's very weird, because I don't think she read, like, a lot of the stories. I'm pretty sure she didn't read the stories more than once, but she has, like, multiple copies of them. I read The Hobbit back, like, when I was a lot younger. I only got through, like, the first Lord of the Rings for the Lord of the Rings books. I enjoyed the Hobbit more. Never saw the movie, because it kind of looked messed up from what was in the book, but Lord of the Rings movies looked pretty... They were a lot more faithful feeling, it felt like. Oh no, my Grandma was not a friend-having type. She had, like, one friend, and then the others were, if they're on the elevator, I'll talk to them. But she was not one for, like, get-togethers or anything. But yeah, no, you don't really know why people do or have what they do or have unless you are them, so I can't really say for sure what the whole mentality behind it all was. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure by the end I was the closest person in her life of like maybe the 2 or 3 people she had in her life. She'd never probably say that, but I'm pretty sure that's how it was. Yeah. Yeah, families. And now I'm here just working. Working, working, working. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, well, we can do that right now. Checking for signatures. Oh. Okay, that says it's from her dad. Alright, that explains that. Well, I guess we have the answer there. That's an old, old book, then. Or an old, old copy. Yeah, that would have been... how long ago? The 40s, maybe? Yeah, I'm going to go with, like, the 40s or 50s or something. Yeah, before I left Iowa, I got Dad a Tolkien book for his birthday. It's, the Silmarillion. Because he used to read the Hobbit and Lord of the Rings when he was younger, and he always loved playing the Lord of the Rings movies, the extended versions all in a row. I'm not sure how he sat through all of that each time, but that's how he was. Hello, Handgun. We're working on the 54th page of Heroes and Legends, and we just discovered that this copy of the Lord of the Rings has apparently Grandma's dad gave it to her. So that would be why she had it. Unless it's Unless it's just some random copy she bought from, like, one of the half-price bookstores or whatever. And then just had that in it from someone else. But I'll just choose to go with it being her dad, which now that I'm thinking about it, I kind of doubt. But, yeah, I can always maybe ask Mom and maybe she'd have an answer. Yeah, we got the page all shaded up before you came, and here's your favorite character handgun. Along with King Kai here, who I brought out. I actually got a few Dragon Ball figures out here. Here we got Bulma and Goku. And they came together. And then my favorite look that Yamcha ever had, the original Desert Bandit outfit he showed up in, was so cool. I'm sure throughout this video, they're all gonna get knocked over from me moving the page around. Yeah, all those gashapons. I do wish America had vending machine toys of that quality, but you always go to Japan if you want the actual good quality fun stuff. I think Muscle Men used to be sold in vending machines here. And we have quite a few of those from when me and my brother were little. Here's Doko. Doko and Claw just chit-chatting as they make their way to the arena. And then the announcer here in the middle, just with this panel that doesn't relate to everything going on around it, just to show how the other side of the experience is going for, like, the audience and stuff. Doko's asking the Claw if he's nervous, since the Claw asked Doko on the previous page if he is nervous. And obviously the Claw's not all that nervous, but he says here that, truth be told, I only entered the tournament once I saw that you were here, Doko. And Doko's like, wait, what? You know who I am? And yeah, it's getting into the Claw's actual reasoning here for why he started participating. Because 2 comics ago, when the Claw first appeared, he's, like, at a table by himself, and you see Doko and his friends go by, and he notices, like, he sees Doko, and it, like, shows him looking at him. And then the next time you see the Claw, he is in the preliminaries with the other fighters. So what this implies is that he joined in with the fighters after Doko did. And so, or after Doko got there, and he had the idea that Doko was going to be competing. Because he's been wanting to fight Doko as his whole reasoning for being in the tournament. Just why exactly, the whole reasoning has not been said or anything, but it is his reasoning for being here, the challenging Doko. Need to get up for a second. It is kind of exhausting crouching over this and not having, like, a proper place to sit. I could probably get a chair over here, but then I would not be able to see the screen, and then I wouldn't see any messages that pop up, so I can't really do that. Just need to take a second. Ow. Maybe take a sip of tea over here. I guess while we are waiting for my knees to recover, here's a better look at the Lookout, the main base of operations for the observers, the aliens that eviscerate our society in our time period. And it's all the like inside chambers of the vessel. Yeah, it's just a reference sheet for whenever I do end up actually showing it in anything, just to get down how it works and operates and stuff. Ow. I guess, ouch, I'll get back into place. Ow, 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 ow. Okay. Let us get back into this. Got the claw here. What I want to know is how Doug TeNapel had things set up. So he always had like a screen on the side that he was able to like look at in his streams when he'd do his comics. And the main screen would show this, and then there'd be like a screen. Sometimes there'd be a screen there. Other times it'd just be the screen of this. Yeah. Now those are some things that I wished I could have saved. I only saved like about 10 of those streams before he got his channel taken down. But at least I got any of them. I know I got a stream with like one of the guys that worked on Vector Man in it. And I've started saving Japanese episodes of Beast Wars the Second and Beast Wars Neo yesterday. So those are going to be alright. Although that's not really much of a priority. The priority is getting like videos of creators on the internet that will not have the ability to keep their stuff safe over the decades to come. When I see a show that's of interest to me for preservation's sake, I will try to grab that too at times. Well, Shadow, no, Handgun, are you making anything to eat today, or are you all set for right now? Did you order the pizza at all? Sorry that I do not have money to just shove through the computer screen at you, or the phone number to call them for you. But those types of things are usually handled by the individual that wants the thing. Yeah, I had a little microwave burrito. Well, pizza's always good. Around here, my favorite pizza place is the old one my family used to go to, which is Dewey's, which is only like available in a few states, but it started down here on like the main road that I drive on to get to the storage unit. And then the ice cream place we'd always get stuff at is like right across the street from it. Aglameses. I was going to get a milkshake there the other day when moving storage unit stuff, but there was way too much traffic and construction going on. Sorry, just focusing on Doko for the moment. Probably going to focus a bit and get a bit quieter while writing the words in the word bubbles. I usually have to focus more for that. If I could, I'd just pop up like a, well, if I could, I'd like play music for you guys, but I don't really have access to that because I'm not on the computer on this. The digital streams are the only ones that get that treatment. Let's see, there's the King Shadow statue. All right. Also wish I had a translator for when I watch streams of like Japanese creators. I need to not talk that much or else I'm going to forget what this was saying. Are you okay? Oh no, I've never thought of doing a co-host because I'm usually a bit of a quiet person and have had a history of getting nervous when people are like watching a performance by me. Although that might have waned a bit in the time that I've been doing YouTube, but I've never really thought of a co-host, and on top of that, I don't really have anyone here that could co-host, so that's not really an option as far as I've seen. And here's Doko addressing his opponent as Sir. Doko's always a very polite character. He always calls people like Mr. and Miss and stuff. Like, part of the time it's because he doesn't remember names, because it's like with Professor Velderock, he'll say, "Hello, Mr. Brain Guy." And it's just, he can't remember things a lot of times. He is not the smartest character. No. I'm... And this is how like half of working on the comic pages goes, me erasing the words and rewriting them. Just content. And I assume it's because of how my brain has gotten over the last few years or last year that I can't remember things that I have just erased, like words I have just erased. Hey Daniel, how are you doing? We've been going for about an hour now. And we are working on the physical portion of the latest comic page. And the Claw and Doko are talking to each other. And Claw is saying that he is happy that Doko is the one he's facing. as he entered the tournament because he wanted to face Doko. And that is being revealed here. Oh, well, you have pizza. Sorry, Handgun, I guess someone beat you to it. I hope the niece is doing well. Ow, 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 ow. That you were the, that you were the. Yeah, if I had the option, I would leave the writing of the dialogue until the end, but I can't do that because then I'll be putting my hand on finished line work, and if I rub it by accident, it'll do that. It'll smear, and yeah, it is not the way to do it. But since I can't do that, I unfortunately have to have moments of silence where I work on the dialogue. And now I'm standing up again, because my lower body is starting to hurt from staying in that position. In this intermission, I guess I will get... I'll bring over a book I have out here, which is the 6th Kanzenban of Dragon Ball. This was a version of the series, I believe it was released in 2003, and it was putting all the, like, pages that were in color back in, because in the original volumes they'd release after it appeared in Shonen Jump magazine, the colored versions of the pictures would be made grayscale instead and just be gray, black and white. Obviously to save on the production cost and stuff. But there's only ever a few pages of color, which is how I do the comics. It's sort of a treat for the readers. Yeah. Oh, that's the Dr. Slump crossover. I always forget that's in here. Oh, this guy. Tao Pai Pai is the first guy that, like, ever scared me in the series, because, Handgun, I'm sorry about this, but your guy that you love posting the emoji I made of him, General Blue, this is how he, dies. And this guy stabs his tongue into his head. Yeah, that was, the first real scary moment of the series to me. And this guy just destroys everything. But then Goku got lucky and survived and is able to fight him later after he kills someone to beats him up and then goes after the other bad guys. Ouch. The Red Ribbon Army. Soldier, Red Ribbon. Dun, 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 ba-da-bam, ba-da-ba-dam. Soldier, Red Ribbon. Yeah, bam, bam, ba-dam. Red Ribbon Army. Soldier. Red Ribbon, the Red Ribbon Army, whenever they show up in the franchise, they always have like the best music made for them. It's always so jazzy and 60s spy-esque and stuff. This pencil sharpener never sharpens these things correctly. It always sharpens it on one side. So I always have to spend time picking at it with my thumb. Da-da-dum, ba-ba-dum. Yeah, da-da-da-dum, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum. All right. You were... I'm just content that you were the one to make it. Oh, that just ruined the graphite. Okay. Yeah, pencil sharpeners, you do have to replace them. Well, you don't have to. You can always figure out ways to sharpen it even without a sharpener. I know that Doug TeNapel, he was showing his kid how to traditionally sharpen it with like a knife and everything, slowly turning it and flipping like the wood off of the graphite, but you can't do it too hard, otherwise you lose the graphite. To make it to the final match. To make it to the final match. To make it to the final match. Come on. Okay. Make it to the final will I have room to put this? Let's erase a bit down here and make a bit of room. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is I had a pretty good electric pencil sharpener that I dropped the other month and it stopped working. And I ordered a new one, but it never came. So I've just never bothered to get another after that with everything that's been going on here lately. I'm just glad you were the one to make it to the final match. Ow. I need to set up like a bunch of mirrors or something and connect it to the stand that this is on to wrap around my head and just be able to glance over to see from the reflections if anyone's saying anything on the screen here. Then I'd be able to sit down. But with how it's set up here, I just gotta keep standing or kneeling on the ottoman here. Saw someone post about Shaolin Showdown the other day, which I was surprised by. I never see people post about that show. Another show I got all the episodes of on the computer. Well, looks like the little cumulonimbus hadn't had enough. I have had enough of you, Mr. Bean. Yeah, I used to love watching that show. Jack Spicer was like the ultimate failure villain. He was so fun to watch. Just thinking he's the best of the best when he gets beat by everybody. Yeah, you always have to have the comic relief bad guys to accentuate the threat of the actual villains. Like, Toffee, like Ludo to Toffee and Star Forces of Evil and stuff like that. Oh, well, I am honored that you are making something of me, Handgun. That'll be sure to go into the art book whenever I make that. Yeah, a lot of art books have, like, fan art sections at the back of them. Like, the Naughty Dog book, oh, I put that away, so I can't really show you guys. But it has a section at the back of that one where it has fan art people have done of Naughty Dog things over the years. I remember one where it's like this game of poker that the main characters of Naughty Dog are playing. Like, you have Crash and Jack and the Last of Us guys and stuff, all at a poker table, and you can see things from their series in like a trophy case in the background, I guess is what they're betting or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I always try to keep the bricks here as a column of like 5, maybe 6 of them to just keep the consistency between the pages. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, Shaolin Showdown, that was probably one of my favorites. It was really fun. Fun fact, if any of you ever used to see my old mega crossover of Awesome comic I used to do back in like the early 2010s or whatever, uh, the Shaolin Showdown stuff would have played a bigger part towards the end of that. I had it laid out that the first saga would have ended with Megatron from the Transformers Prime universe. He'd been like usurped by the animated Megatron from like the universe crossover thing. And as a desperate attempt, he would use this machine that Eggman and Neo Cortex invented to like bring in something from one of the more dangerous, powerful universe type things. And it ended up being Kid Buu that gets pulled into the Transformer Prime universe, and they all have to work together to get him put back into the Dragon Ball universe before he destroys everything. The second season would have had the villains slowly teaming up under Unicron. And then the final season would have a bunch of just inter-universal conflicts with the heroes and villains of like the entire multiverse, and it would all end in this land of the creators and stuff. Or like at the end you'd have the creators of everything, like Jack Kirby and Gendy Tartakovsky, and every creator ever would be implied to be there and trying to help stop what is going to happen in the end. Okay, I had to think for a second because I erased what Doko said, and I need to pay attention so that I don't lose what the characters say. It's just him questioning why the Claw is thankful that Doko's the one that he's facing in the final match. Yeah, Megabyte would be, from Reboot, would be destroyed at the end of the second saga of the Mega crossover of Awesome. And let's put some thatching type of shading back here to give some depth. Yeah, there we go. That'll do. That'll do. Maybe a bit more over here. Just to differentiate them from the background a bit. Yeah, you can't beat a good crossover. Turtles Forever is probably one of my favorite crossovers. That was animated so well. It was so nice to see the original cartoon turtles again, moving that well and everything. Okay, that's the underside of the brick up here, the layer, the strip that goes across the bricks. Come on, body, work with me. You can't give out just yet. We are on screen. We have work to do. This is making sure that I get work done by doing this on screen. I don't have anything to distract me as I stream. Although now that doesn't look all that great to me, having all the thatching shading. Now I should probably do the shading here. Well, I have heard of Pibby, but I do not know what Pibby is. Well, that's making it look better, I guess. Oh, wait, I know what Pibby is. Yeah, that's the thing where it's like the creepypasta feeling crossover of stuff. That was a pretty neat type of get-together of properties. Although I don't think it was much of anything other than just that little bit that was shown was all. Had great potential, but all it is just sort of that one little small animation of it. Was great seeing some of those characters again, though. They hardly ever make use of, like, Flintstones and stuff these days. Well, we got one panel done. Should probably put in some texture lines up here to show that it's the building behind the shadow statue. Ow. Oh. Ouch. 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 Ow. 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 Ah. Yeah. Here's a little Lego snake. This was from back in the 90s. Alright, I got this guy out here. This is one of my favorite Dragon Ball figures. The Ox King. He is not a Gashapon, he is a Ban Presto figure. Much more giant and detailed than a Gashapon. You can see all the little lines they've drawn on him for texture and everything. Ow. Just a sec. Need to stretch out the legs. Make sure the lower organs are in the right place. Yeah, that is always the bigger threat, is just evil in general. Technically, that's what Aku is on Samurai Jack. Yeah, they imply that that's what Unicron is in Transformers Armada. And technically it is what he is, but they take it to kind of an absurd degree when it comes to, like, his regeneration abilities and stuff. Because he's like a physical thing, but they treat it that, like, because there's still evil in the universe, I can always come back, and it feels a bit much to me for what the character is. I guess the closest you'd get for that in Marvel would be, maybe Galactus, but he's not, like, really evil so much as a force of nature. Of the main stuff that I make, this right here would be the closest to an ultimate evil in my stuff. Well, you arguably can't have evil destroyed forever, because then there's always that thing of, well, if there's no evil, then what is good? And evil will eventually arise out of that again, at least in this realm of existence. Obviously, if you're getting into, like, heaven or something, then it becomes a different matter. But for, like, a realm of mortality and stuff, evil always seems to be a thing that sort of has to be there in some form. Otherwise, you can't have an adventure and conflict. Yeah. And Makuta and Bionicles sort of started out as that, but over time it became more of Oh, well, he's actually this guy that has a set amount of abilities, and he's actually a part of this whole group of Makuta that we made up after him to continue the story and that type of thing, just sort of dampening down the villain as it goes because they make more things. Eh. Well, you've got the whole franchise plot planned out versus. Yeah, with these guys back here, I I had to keep going back through older pages and seeing who was in the stands back there because I try to keep it consistent where like main seating areas that get shown a lot which people are sitting there. Try to always keep an eye on them. I put in a character, Shadow the Cartoonist, in the opposite end of the stands in the previous comic, but he hasn't appeared after that because it's sort of just a cameo of his character. Yeah. Let's put the brick lines here. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I said versus earlier. I meant Daniel. You have, like, the whole franchise for it planned out. Uh, yeah, I do apologize if there's not as much talking during, like, actual focusing drawing and writing. It gets a bit harder to do that. Think that guy has a black outfit? Trying to remember. I think it's black. It's not something that really matters because the people reading the comic don't pay attention that much to the details of like what background character is in what placement each time. I am going to stop again. Ouch. To stand. Ow. Yeah, the pelvis pain area is not liking this. Ugh. Ow. Ow. Come on. Can't move like that. Ouch. 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 I know. I will be right back. Just give me a second. Okay. I don't know why I didn't think of that earlier. I just took some Tylenol. That'll help to keep me going and not constantly be as much in pain as I do it. So here we go. Although that's not gonna make too much of a difference here because I'm going to still have to be a bit quiet for writing this. Tylenol versus it helps when you cannot stop the pain. There we go. Doing the claws hat here. Truth be told. Yeah, someday hopefully I get a better body, but for now I got this one to deal with. I try not to have the irksomeness of its, like, verbally talking about it. I don't want it to, like, annoy the viewers, so I try to not talk about it. Truth be told, I only... Actually, let's see here. Save highlight. No. Go back. Go back. There we go. Okay. I only entered the tournament. Only entered the the funness of writing on stream. If this were like a year or so ago, I'd be able to talk while I write, but my brain can't keep it in my head anymore. Only the tournament once. Tournament. You can decide to an extent, Valier. It also depends on if you get picked up again after the cancellation of a previous show. Once I saw that you were here. Saw that you were here. Okay. Yeah, I haven't felt the need to get up and stretch since I came back after the Tylenol, so that's a good sign for the moment. We're here. I figured we're... Yeah, it is a nice idea, Daniel. I always have plans for things. I think way too much, so I have like backup ideas for certain scenarios. I And I always get bored if I'm not working on like my projects. So like when I worked in the factory, I'd come up with all sorts of scenarios for like if a bear got in and attacked or if zombies attacked and stuff and how to survive everything that might happen, which feasibly would not happen for most of the stuff I'd come up with, but that's what happens in factory life for me. It's just absolutely boring as hell. You wouldn't be here. Yeah, I only did factory work because it's the only thing that was like around. Wouldn't. Oh, well, I hope you had a good time versus. Hope it wasn't too boring in the later parts of this for you. I appreciate you coming and hope you have a good rest. Figured you wouldn't be here. Just to watch. Yeah, unfortunately, we got quite a bit of sentences to get through in this page. So there's going to be ample amounts of times that I'm probably going to be pausing to focus on what I'm writing. That's what you sign up with a physical drawing stream of the comic. I gotta get his eye more. Well, here I can show a tiny strip of what's under the hat there. There we go. Then get this guy back here. He's got an animal dot nose, brown hair. Yeah, I can feel the lower body pain, but it's not aching as much now that I've had the Tylenol. It's allowing me to stay bent over like this. Although I don't know how good that's going to be for the long-term effects of the day, that if I stay bent over, but we'll see how it goes. You sacrifice your body for the creation. Ouch. Okay, I'll get like this. There we go. And there it is. Get Doko's goggle up there. It's giving a bit of a wary look to the claw. Me and my brother came up with a threat that would travel between video games when we were younger that would hop from game to game as we played multiplayer as sort of this antagonist that we kept on facing through each game. It was called The Star, and eventually I made that a character in my stuff. The super transformable adapting robotoid is what it stood for when I modified it to be put into my stuff. The freaks face it in the early 2000s. Can, like, if it can, like, tear off people's limbs, and it's like hands open up. They're like this, but they'll open up like that, and there'll be like a hole in the center that things get swallowed down, and it'll be able to disguise itself as people that it eats things from. And as it gets pieces of the catalysm crystal, it becomes more of a threat. And King Shadow, I think I had it where he was trying to use it in one of his attempts to take over the world, but he did not create it. It was one of the projects of a researcher that had worked with him, Shalanda, and Jack Kite on the Immortality Research Project back in 1997. That researcher was a guy named Mutiste, who had links to the observers. Yeah, the Immortality Research Project is sort of what starts off everything in the 90s and early 2000s. And it was being worked on before King Shadow was a villain. But with its end, he loses his body and becomes a shadow, which coincidentally matches his name, King Shadow. King's his first name, Shadow's his last name. It's kind of how Dr. Doom is Victor Von Doom is his actual name. It's just, yeah, some of you are just born with a name that means you're gonna be a villain someday. And I know there'll be people that talk about Doom. Oh, he's actually a good guy, and blah 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 blah. And yeah, that's obviously not how Jack Kirby and Stan Lee saw it when they were making the stories originally. He's a villain. He's Dr. Doom. Obviously, that's a bad guy. Doesn't matter if he's like a ruler of a country or whatever. I've seen like old issues and stuff, and he seems pretty feared by his populace back then. I gave Doko some big choppy teeth there. Yeah, we can fix it in editing. That's what the computer's for. Get rid of this light line down there. Make the mouth a bit bigger. You know me? Yeah, the claw knows about Doko because the claw says he saw him on the news when Doko defeated the king of the Gorgoks back in the end of the previous saga. I guess put in a line for the throat there. Okay, it's stand up, stretch the leg. Ow. And pencil sharpening time. And again, does not sharpen it the way I want it. Come on. Sharpen better. Is that better? Yeah, that feels better. Which means it'll probably break when I like put it against the paper and apply enough pressure. It's usually how it goes when I use the smaller hole of the pencil sharpener. For some reason, it makes the graphite more breakable with that one. Ugh. All right. Bayato. Ow. Actually, let me see. I have this cushion thing here. Would this help at all? It just fell right off. Huh. It's, feels very odd. Alright, I guess I'll use this for now. News of the battle on Gorgok Mountain. News of... Yeah, there is quite a bit of writing on this page. Once I get into, like, the actual fighting portion of the match, there's not gonna be nearly as much talking. It'll mostly be action at that point. Well, we're not there yet. I keep skipping over the pages when I flip to them. Yeah, that stuff. Well, yeah, we're just working on page 54 right now. news of the battle on Gorgok Mountain, which is the title of comic number 10 in this of the battle. If you want, you can ask questions while I write, and maybe I'll be able to focus on reading the questions while I write, so that'll give some sort of interaction from me. Because otherwise, I think I'm just focusing too much on the writing. Battle on Gorgok Mountain. Gorgok. How am I going to fit that entire word in this space? The answer? By squeezing it in real tight. There we go. Yeah, I try to avoid making the words too small. I don't want them to get scrunched up together. But when there's a lot of talking going on, it gets a bit harder to do that. Wasn't just broadcasted. On your island. Wasn't just broadcasted on your island. Wasn't just broadcasted on... Okay. Wasn't... just broadcasted. There's no way I can fit the word broadcasted in there. Broadcasted. On your island. Your island. Doko. Ba-ba-da-bo. And that is how you write a sentence, people. Aren't you glad you come to me for these amazing tips and tricks on how to do a comic? Join me in my elementary grade school level lessons on how to be a human. I'm going to move that over when it's on the computer, so I wanna put that there to clone paste the line over this area. Yeah, we are at 2 hours. 2 hours of watching me shade and then work on this just top portion of the page. I hope this is riveting for you. If you want, I can show you a Gashapon again. I'm King Kai, and I tell terrible jokes. Ha 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 ha. Some of the jokes he says in the original version only really make sense if you know Japanese. A Gorgok Alpha. A Gorgok Alpha. And the Claw here does know about the Gorgoks. He has certainly fought some himself before. But none of the other characters would know about that stuff. The Claw's backstory has not really been explored or anything yet. He's got some elements of tragedy to his story. But with the life he lives, that kinda comes with the territory. The stuff he's been through. Be the most skilled opponent. Okay, this cushion thing that I brought over to put on the ottoman is not really doing anything now. Most skilled opponent. Yeah, I wanted to have Doko and the Claw getting onto the arena in this panel, but the words sort of bled over into the action. So we'll see how good the picture turns out in this panel. I'm sure I can manage it, but it's a bit more cluttered than I was wanting it to be. Ow. That hurts. Yikes. Okay. That's, I think, better. Don't lift the leg up that much. Ouch. Alright. Most skilled opponent. The besting one is certainly nothing to scoff at. But so, has anyone seen any videos or shows lately that they find to be rather good? I haven't really had time to see any, so I can't really contribute on that end. One is yeah, I've never seen the show, but I know I have something of Little Witch Academia on my computer. Certainly. Nothing to scoff at. Yeah, I always find the saddest shows usually to me are the saddest episodes of shows that are aimed at kids usually involve robots because killing a robot is sort of a replacement for when writers want to tell stories where they have an element of tragedy from somebody's death, since obviously they cannot kill organic people on screen or anything in most kids' material. It's always been what I've seen to be a problem with American kids' entertainment. Way, way more restrictive than it should be. Pretty much most other countries allow more tragic elements in kids' entertainment than America does, which allows for a lot more effective storytelling usually. And good luck ever getting blood across in America. To take the stand. The stand. I heard of Mighty Max, and I know I've seen pictures of it, but I never saw an episode or anything. I'm trying to remember what it was, but all that's coming to my mind is just that old 3D show of Max Steel. Getting up, stretching. Oh. Oh. Hey, I got all the comic pages I've worked on over here. They were over on the chair over there. Oh, there's the Bloodbrush Empire operative. That guy, he runs a game show that I think he invited Doko to be on it. But Doko was like chewing his food at the time, so he couldn't see or hear him. And you can see in the background of one of the panels while the guy's talking, you can see the words he's saying, but Doko's just like looking obliviously at him, and the big blocky words chew, chew, chew are like laid over the sentences to imply he isn't hearing the guy. The stand that you did. That you did. You did. Takes. The work of preserving materials is never done once you start. It's sort of an addiction, you find things that you want to save, and then you just keep saving things of similar nature, partly out of interest to have them later, and partly as a responsibility to keep them safe. And admirable. Now, after I get done with this sentence, I can mess that up. That's what happens when I start talking while I'm writing now. Yeah, after I get done with this sentence, I can finally get back to drawing a tiny bit before moving on to the other side of the page and the word over here, or the word bubble over there. Admirable amount. Amount. I figure that making a video out of footage from the stream on how to like make a comic page, I can cut out all the silent parts and just keep the me talking throughout the whole thing. Because I can talk, I just need to not be writing while I do it. I mean, you all have seen my videos. You know I can talk. That is a trait that carries over from my mom's side, I think. Her side of the family is full of talkers. Except for Grandma. She was the quiet one. And I am rather quiet myself. It's just that while I'm on stream, on videos, I am talking because that is what you do in videos. The only thing bad about Tylenol is that if my body is telling me that it's hurting too bad, I can't really tell. Which may not be the best thing. Okay, word bubble from the claw. Yeah, probably get the bubble down there. Okay. Oh. I don't know if my body is... if it's trying to tell me to stop. Because it's feeling like it's making me get short of breath doing this now. But I can't really feel that because I took the Tylenol. So that I wouldn't feel that stuff. Whatever keeps the production going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's where it is. And did I have one of Shadow's claws there? No. Did I? Let's see, the opening's there, and it's there. There. Huh. I want to say this is a claw. Alright, I'll have the claw there. There we go. Have some blades of grass. That's what I always do for the grassy areas, is just put these little flips of grass sticking up into the air to show that it's different than the other textures. It's a quick, simple way to do grass. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Just going through songs in my head. Usually I have some form of music playing while I do this. If I have a video playing, I usually get distracted by the video, like if it has action going on, so I normally have like a song playing instead. Need the stand to stop moving. Don't want it to be too motiony. Let's get the speed lines from Doko jumping. Speed lines. There we go. There we go. Uh-huh. Yeah, have his eye come up a bit over the goggle piece. Ouch. Okay, I am going to stand. Bow, 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 ow. No, I can't stop. I need to work. If I don't work, this isn't gonna get made. So, I gotta do this with or without you guys here. Yeah, this is just the type of feeling I generally have when working every day. It's a constant. It's how I am, my body. Uh, but yeah, I can add text on the computer because the stylus does not allow, like, it's too floaty compared to the physicality of the pencil and paper. It throws off the flow of the lines. And on top of that, I have to like lay out where the writing is on the page as I make it so I know where to put the words and stuff, which is something that lends itself more to the physical portion of it. Now, the only thing I worry about is if the ow and ooch and ow and that kind of thing is making things unpleasant for the viewers. That's the only thing I care about in terms of the pains, is all. If it gets to a point of unpleasantry for the viewers, then I'll stop for you guys. Otherwise, it's something that I will bear with until the body cannot take it anymore. Which I don't think I've ever gotten to the point of while working on the comic. Eh. I'm happy, I'm feeling that I got sunshine. In a bag, I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. I ain't happy, I'm feeling glad. Got sunshine. In a bag, I'm useless, but not for long. My future is coming on, is coming on, is coming on. Yeah, I did not know that Noodle was a girl in the Gorillas back when that first stuff was being made. And she just looked like some kid with a weird hat. Obviously, in the later stuff, she's clearly a girl. They designed her. Jamie Hewlett originally designed her as like around 2D's age, I think. But I think it was Damon that requested her to be a young girl since Jamie rarely ever made kid characters. So Noodle, I think, got split into Noodle and Paula for the final stuff in the Gorillas. Sometimes I'll just be coming up with tunes in my head while I do stuff. And when I do that, I'll usually, if it's a good one, I'll take out like a recorder on my phone device and start recording like dum bum bum bum. And just record that for reference for if I try to make a tune out of that for later, for like a game project or anything. Yeah, since I haven't really been consistent with the character that's in the stands on this side, I'll just make some character looking from the audience. Actually, I should have him looking towards the announcer more than those guys, since the announcer is the one that is attracting attention right now. Well, I am going to get a potato chip. Trying to think of ways to make things more comfortable for drawing. If I had... Huh. Let me think for a second. I have Mom's old easel in here, but I don't know if that has an adjustable stand. And if it did, would I even really make use of it with how things are with this stand here? I'll just keep working like this for now. Got the announcer here. His pinky is out while he's holding his microphone. It's a little habit that he has sometimes. You always gotta have a good announcer for tournaments and stuff. They're usually the ones that carry the personality of the event. Of course, the one I always think of is the Tenkaichi Budokai Budokai announcer from Dragon Ball. Do not know what they were thinking in Dragon Ball Super, having a tournament without him. That is just a crime. They had that Otherworld tournament in Z, but that is stuff that isn't from the original comic. And since they don't have the announcer, there's no reason to count that one for me. Mazase Tenkaichi is one of my favorite tracks from Dragon Ball. They'd always play it at the more intense matches in the tournaments they do. And for this final fight between Doko and the Claw. I've been playing the fight in my head the last few months with Mizase Tenkaichi playing in the background. And if I haven't been using that as the theme, it would be the theme for Dragon Ball Online. Okay, that line goes there, that goes there. So many squares make up the tournament ring. Ugh. Yeah, I do hope at some point that my series gets out there and more people read and enjoy it. But if not, at least I'll have made what I want to make. What matters is that the creator likes it. That is first and foremost the priority for a creation. He's got 3 buttons on his suit. Number one, down, down, bum, bum, bum. Yeah, bum, bada, bum. I keep seeing the light change in the corner of my eye on the screen, and it keeps making me think that people are posting messages, but whenever I look, it's nothing. On this tablet thing, it's a lot more annoying when it comes to the messages because once you put a message up in the chat, it like fades after a couple of seconds. So I have to like race my eyes down to it to see what has been typed. This, I hope there's an option to make it just have the chat messages stay on the screen forever, but I kind of doubt that it has that. And the announcer has his robotic eyes. He is one of the many cyborgs in the comic time period. Yeah, there was sort of a joke, what I meant to be a joke at the end of the previous comic when the Hawker is in the nerve gas cloud that Krekalink has her in, and the like fumes are getting out to the announcer outside of the ring, and he's like rubbing his optics here, and he's like, wait, why am I rubbing my optics? I don't even have eyes. And that was meant to be sort of a joke, but with how the scene is, some people might take it as the gas is just that bad that it's affecting him also. Yeah, that was a pretty intense match at the end of the previous comic. It's one pretty sure that'll stay with the readers for quite a while to come. It's also probably the most bloody fight of the comic so far, because as the nerve gas affects the Hawker more and more, she starts like bleeding from her mouth and nose and stuff more and more. And obviously getting punched in the face and everything doesn't help with that. There will definitely be some blood in this final match, though. And neither Doko or the Claw are inexperienced at fighting. They are not ones that do not leave a mark. Claw has not left a mark on most of his fights so far, like opponent injury-wise, but he's not had to resort to his more dangerous tactics. Ouch. I guess I have the bigger version of Dragon Ball over here. This is the Soshuhen edition of it, which I think this was the 30th anniversary of the series they released these. Yeah, it's the 30th anniversary. This is like the size that the Shonen Jump magazines are, and the size that Dragon Ball was originally like printed at. But with these, it's like only the Dragon Ball parts of the magazine. So it's the size it originally was. And it's got these little adverts that the magazines had. There's a full color page. This is like the difference between, this is when it's in full color, and then it'll switch to limited color, which is, I think, less expensive, but it's like these reds and orange and whites and stuff. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's, this right here. It's the same thing. My dad had a bigger figure of that, though. I think that's in a box somewhere. It's all busted up by now. Oh, yeah. There's Goku flying towards the Red Ribbon base. And there's Staff Officer Black up there. And unlike with Goku later on, he does not spare Staff Officer Black. Just dead right there. Yeah, back then, Goku would kill the people that probably should be killed. It isn't until like Piccolo Jr. that he like starts focusing on sparing opponents. And that is more getting into the fight addiction traits taking over the character. wanting to have a opponent that is worthy to fight again later. I could excuse it kind of with Piccolo Jr. because it's a character you could see being maybe manageable later on. But once it got to like Vegeta, it's like, what the hell are you doing? You are putting so much at risk leaving someone like that alive. And then not bothering to kill Frieza until he's like forced to just made no sense. But that is the what I would say the devolution of the series to me. Part of just the characterization becoming more warped over time. Really, it was just Toriyama having the characters do whatever he thought they should do during that week in the story for either dramatic effect or what he thought a hero should do at that point in time. He never really focused on keeping things all that consistent, I don't think. Actually, I am going to be right back in just a second. Don't worry, I'm here. I'm alive. Ouch. I'm just seeing about something. I got my mom's easel out to see if this thing is adjustable and see if it'll be feasible to put my sketchbook on it to maybe stand more properly. Okay. Well, let me see this. Oh, that sits there. Okay. Now, where would I put this? Where it would be like... Let's see here. This screen, that's about that big. Okay. I'm thinking I might be able to put this in a pose where I can actually work and not be in constant pain. But I need a piece, maybe a piece of cardboard to put behind the sketchbook. This might be a new phase of the streaming development. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, move the Dreamcast. Get this work? No. Hello everyone, I hope you are not. Here, let me put something up for you guys to look at during all of this. King Kai, Goku, Baruma, and Yamcha. Oh, there goes all the paper in the sketchbook. Okay. Let's put it like that. Okay. Undo that. Undo this. Don't put it too far. All right. Getting that locked into place there. Getting this locked into place here. And let's see. Would that be all right? All right. Okay. We are going to have to move the stand that this is on. So you guys, it may get a bit shaky. Okay. All right, move it over here. Okay. Here we go. And let's see how the lighting is when I stand over here. I'm usually recording during the day, so the lighting's generally good. Let's lower this. Okay. Oh. Come on. Move up. don't want to be bent over that far when I'm doing it. Well, since we have it, let's move you up a bit further. Does this not want to go up? Okay, there. We are going on a bit of an adventure today, I think. Now I realize I need to lower the thing because I put it up too high. But that is okay. We have a way to actually draw and stand. There we go. This'll work out, I hope. I just need to get used to drawing while standing. Okay. It's not going to... Oh, it is going to make it drop. Take the drink off of it. Okay. There we go. Yeah, this is my mom's easel from years and years ago. And since it has just been in storage, I may as well make use of it for this. Should we pull back a bit? Pull you over here. Pull back a bit more. Pull you over here. I'll pull things back just to get them more close to the table so that I can actually reach my drink. Okay. All right, that's better. Okay. I think we're back to being able to actually work. And, I know, I'll get a paper clip for that. Okay. All right, we are back, and we are ready to go, I think. I hope, I pray. I'm sorry if that has been a very... This has been a very, weird stream, and I now realize that, let me see here. The stand itself... Can I fold this part of it up? Yeah, but then I have to move it here, and... Okay, that's I guess better, maybe. Okay. Well, we're back in business, I guess. Uh, hopefully, Daniel and Handgun, you have not been suffering too much through this. Yeah, I've never been the most professional of video makers. I would not at all call myself an expert. But whatever gets the job done, I will do what has to be done. Yeah, we got the tournament, the wall, the back wall of this building at a slant, kind of, due to how the camera is facing the scene. It adds a bit of dynamicness to not have things just straight up and down and side to side at times. Doko. Originally, I had the announcer holding up his finger while he's talking, but that got in the way of Doko here, so I changed it to his pinky. I was going to have it looking like he was making a point or something, and the pinky just... It had a way to have a finger up while not getting in the way of Doko back here. I wanted both Doko and the claw visible, while the announcer's incessant commentary is going on about the two. Yes, sirree, all of the excitement and action, the fighting and drama, it's all boiled down to this. Typical fight announcer commentary. The Claw is not the biggest fan of the sideline type input. It more just comes off as annoying to him, being the super serious fighter guy. Serious Steven. I think it's Amethyst that says Steven like that. Serious Steven. I do have the art book of Steven Universe and of Steven Universe Future. The only one I don't have the art book of Steven is the movie, which I've been meaning to get, but I just have never really spent the, well, at this point I do need to save money anyway. How do I have him? It's kind of hard to tell where some of the lines are with how light they are. Huh. No, I had... That's supposed to be his leg, I think. So, like this, maybe? Yeah, because I think I had the arm like that. Now I have to go in and shade that bit again. There we go. Get his little shovel-like hand claws. They're not really claws so much as blades. Because when you think claws, it's more like finger-like claws, but his are just like this straight formation with no fingers. Which makes it a wonder how he picks up a fork or spoon, but such is not the concerns that pertain to a fight. Oh, this is great. Now that I'm standing, I don't have to, like, I can just walk over to this side and bend my body to fit the page instead of the other way around. There we go. Well, I do hope the stream is going okay. I know we had a bit of an intermission there as I was getting the easel for a more proper stand to work with. And here I can just reach on over and get a sip of the drink. Now let's put a little Goku here watching me work. Here's one of his kids, Goten. And this is from one of the Tankobon's covers, is what they base that figure on. Is it a Tankobon cover? No, I think it's just a Toriyama illustration. Or no, it is a Tankobon cover, I think. Well, either way. The only issue now is the stand. It's kind of in the way of, in the way of the sun's reflection. If I had, let me see here. Does that help? Not really. The screen of the tablet is just too reflective when I stand at this angle. Does that do anything? No, that just makes the light more glary. But if I stand over here, my arm's going to be hitting the bottom of the stand. Mabo. Uh-oh. The Tankobon fell. Or no, the Kanzenbon fell. Here we go. Yeah, this is part of why I don't really record as much of the earlier creation process, or have felt as inclined to record the earlier creation process, because I'm usually not as talkative during it, but sometimes I'll have moments where I do talk. Okay, since that hand's there, the wall ends there. So that, I think that's where... Okay. Put that line there. And then the bricks come back here. And then for a shadowed effect, we put in this sort of hatching over here. Or thatching. No, hatching, I think, is what it's called. Yeah, just show where the curve of the brick is, so that it doesn't just look like it's going indefinitely in this direction. It actually turns into there. Okay. That brick continues. Well, the words take up the rest of that, so I should get started on the sentences, which means I'll probably not talk as much during this part. But feel free to ask questions, and as I write, I can probably read what is being asked. Oh, it is so nice to not have to, like, bend over anymore. This makes the talking and breathing and everything so much easier. I don't have my knee bent, so whatever's on the inside of my pelvis is not, like, grinding into certain organs or whatever. Yes, sirree. All of the excitement. All of the action. The fighting and drama. All of waking up from myself to a life outside this hell. You can fight the war we made, the war we made. Yeah, for some reason, I would always play Zim and Dib fighting to that song, and that is what ended up causing me to make that Invader Zim music video that I did those years ago. It's still one of my favorite music videos I've ever made. I love all the music videos I do, otherwise I would not make them. Although I haven't made one in quite a while at this point. I got kind of annoyed at the, when I was putting up my Samurai Jack music videos, I put up like 3 of them, and the one that was like the one that goes over the entire series is the one that got taken down. And I love that one. And I know other people loved it too, because it had so many likes and views. But it ended up getting taken down for the music, and you can't ever argue with that. So it's just lost, and only I can see it. And now this pencil's ruined, because that's what happens when I use the small sharpener. Which means that the rest of the graphite is probably all cracked up on the inside now, and will come out just as easily as that bit did. Or it'll just take forever to get to the next bit. Come on. Waking up from myself to a life outside this hell. No more lies, no more pain. You can fight the war we made. Yeah. Yeah, I got it down to like how it was with the small one, but since I'm using the big one, it doesn't pop the graphite out for some reason. Yeah, whatever. Let me see if... Is this workable at all? I'll grind it down to a good enough point. Yeah, I come up with more music videos to make sometimes, but with everything I'm working on, it never really have time to do those as much anymore. Excitement in action, the fighting. Action. What was the last music video I did? I think it was the Paranoia Agent video. That didn't get many views, but I didn't expect it to. When I think of something to make, I'm gonna make it, usually, regardless of what the reception will probably be. It's just something you gotta do. You feel you have to make something, you're gonna make it. Yeah, this might not be popular, and it might step on some toes of what people deem acceptable, but god damn it, I want to do it. Fighting. In drama, it has all... And drama. The fighting and drama. It has all, has all. I'm not putting as much care into the writing of the announcer because it's just sort of stuff along the side to like break up what's happening in the actual Doko claw portion of the page. And whenever I have the announcer talking, his words are always in these like jaggedy word balloons to show that it's the microphone amplifying his voice and making it loud and everything. Yeah, my hand is getting a bit tired. Has all boiled down to this final match. Even though I'm not bending over, it's still a bit tiring to do all this. Oh, I've been doing it for 3 hours and like 20 minutes straight. That's why. If I was sitting, I imagine it'd be less taxing, but with how this is, I don't think I can do that with how the stand and everything is set up here. Sorry about that. I swallowed and it went down the wrong pipe a bit. That's been happening a lot more recently for some reason. It's like whatever is happening with my body is like caused certain passages within my body to expand, it feels like. And so it's easier for things from my throat to go down the area that would lead to the lungs, I think. Boiled down to this final. Wow, there is talking in every single panel of this page, I just realized. I rarely ever get this much dialogue in a page. I like to let the imagery speak for itself. It is all boiled. Boiled down down to this final Match between the mysterious black cloak fair and the hero of Hawnprint Island. Which it'll probably take me about 10 to 15 minutes to get to all of that, but we're making our way to the end of the sentence. Match between the mysterious. Hey, Mr. Mysterious. Match between the mysterious. Let's. There we go. Match. Between yeah, if you guys ever need to get rid of pencils or anything, I am always available to take them. Any art supplies you got that pertain to drawing and maybe coloring, I will always take those. The mysterious. Mysterious. I just have the way that Little Misfortune says mysterious in my head right now. Hopefully that's not too small for the readers. I don't think it is. I always try to keep the words, not make them microscopic or anything. That just becomes a chore to read. That's one of the things I intend to fix with the remakes of my older comics, is to get the writing more legible. Because I know in some of them, I got a bit too small at times. Is there a chair I can bring over that is at this height? Does this adjust? Oh, looks like it does. Yeah. No, that's not doing anything. Oh, I know what I could get. Gotta leave for a second again, though. Here we go. I have not used you in months. But is even this high enough? Let's see here. Well, this looks like it's at the right height. I might be able to sit on this. Black cloak. Yeah, right now I have a stool that I'm sitting on that was... I'd always sit on a stool in the kitchen to eat because Grandma would eat out here in the living room. But since she's not here now, I can afford to bring it out here to work with. Yeah. Some old paper from... Yeah. Some of the printer paper has old guidelines that Mom would use on her when she'd teach art to kids and stuff. It was getting in the way of the work here when I was trying to focus on the page. I could see underneath it. Black Cloak Fighter. Oh, this is much more pleasant. Still glad I took the Tylenol, though. That always helps me. No matter how I'm sitting or standing. Black. Let's redo that C, because it got caught in the eraser. Cloaked. Let me see if I can adjust. Ow! I hate my body. Come here. Go there. Okay. Does that get it any better? Yeah. Cloak Fighter. Fighter. Fighting foodons. Da 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 da. Fighting foodons. Da 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 da. The Fox Box. Or 4 Kids later on. Fighter. And the I hope I've not been missing chat messages. I haven't really had the opportunity to look down at the tablet as I work here on the at this position. The hero of Hanprint Island, which is Doko, everyone's favorite idiot protagonist. Doko Rapunzel, the boy who will change the world. In the hero of Han Han print island. Now, I have thought before about making my own, like, alphabet, like my own font in the computer to mimic the way that I write, the style of the line work for the letters. But I've never really gotten around to figuring that out. Okay. Yes, sirree, all the excitement and action, the fighting and drama, it has all boiled down to this final match between the mysterious black-cloaked fighter, and the hero of Honprint Island. And I need to get my hand over here. And I don't really care as much if things get jammed up in his narration, because it doesn't really pertain to much for what's, like, important for the page. Yeah, I can just reach over and get my tea. Well, what I want to do here is get the ruler and see how the line for the panel is. Okay, so that line's like that. If we go up like this, that line's like that. And so keep it steady. All right. There we go. Okay, that's good enough. If nothing else, this gives you a realistic insight into how these pages are made. Need to add some texture lines to the brick here to give off the sense that it's like a actual object as opposed to just these straight up and down lines. Let's see, that goes back to there. So we'll leave it like that, and then the sky will be there. I'm going to get up for a second. There we go. Okay. Oh wow, it's still going. Oh, apparently you guys have been saying stuff, but I haven't been able to see it on my tablet over there. Or I've not been at an angle where I can see what's being said. Oh well, as long as you guys are having a decent enough time. Okay. Got that. Yeah. Let's see here. I'll bring the chips over here. Delicious. Let me see. what's this do? Top chat, live chat. Live chat? Oh, that brings up everything. Okay. Now I can see the entire chat. Oh, now I can. It faded away. Oh well. I got to see everyone for a second. Hello, Masasas of the world. Yes, be sure to mail all your art supplies to edward18 at bionicle.com. That will send all them to a very defunct website that no longer exists. I do have snapshots of the website from back then, though. Hmm, 2001, I think. So yes, I was interested. So yes, I was interested. So yes. I was interested. Interested. Actually, I guess I could just keep clicking the button down here to see. Yeah, that'll just... Anytime I want to see the comments, I guess I can bring it up here. I just wish they would stay on the screen forever. With this screen, with the tablet, it fades the comments away after a few seconds. They don't stay on screen. So I have to keep clicking that unless one of you, like, posts a comment or posts in chat, and then it'll pop it up again. To see just how skilled... Or it at least used to do that when I started the stream. I'm not sure if it's popping them up at all now when you guys do it. To see... how... I was interested to see how skilled such a hero was. How skilled... such a hero a hero was. And that brings about one of the meanings of the title of the comic, the hero in question in Of Heroes and Legends. The legend part will be made more apparent as the issue goes on. Let's connect the word bubble to the word bubble in this panel. That way it'll show more vividly that the claw is the one that is saying it, since he's saying the one in the next panel after it. Okay. This is so much more comfortable to be sitting here. So, what are your guys' plans for the evening? After this, as per usual, I will be making something to eat after I get my work for the day out of the way. With how much I work on this stuff, it is basically a whole job in and of itself, just one that I don't make money on. Always has been. Where did I put my other pencils? Oh, here they are. Oh, right. We got a handgun wanting his favorite character over here. Yeah, I remember in the dub of Dragon Ball, they did this completely just embarrassingly cringe-worthy thing with the pirate robot, where it doesn't really say anything in the original material, but the dub had it constantly going, yo, ho, ho, over and over, and it was just so... it was embarrassing. Like, it's funny, but it's like... this thing doing that is just... it's kind of unfitting. Just with how evil and creepy it looks. Oh, we had a disconnect there. Not sure if I'm still streaming or not, but I'll keep talking like I'm streaming. I figured. I figured. Yeah, what I need to do is the next time when I'm editing this page on the computer, whenever I scan it in, there are sections of the scanned images, usually the same areas, that reflect light back at the scanner. And that'll make the parts look less dark than they should be. And whenever I'm editing it, before you guys see me editing on the stream, I've gone in and I've got in those sections and darkened them and stuff. What I need to do is I need to do that, but instead of like deselecting everything afterwards, I need to save that as its own separate like file of like have it all set up for when I scan the next picture, and then it'll have that stuff already selected that needs to be like brightened and darkened and stuff, so I don't have to select everything every time I scan something. That's what I've been thinking about doing. It's just the past few ones I always forget while I'm working on it and just focus on working on the page that's in front of me instead of the overall process of the comic itself, like the entirety of the comic. Well, you did say that you were going to make some piece of fan art for me, Handgun. I'm not sure what thing you'd have in mind, but it's all at your own leisure. There's no reason to force yourself to draw if you're not feeling it. Or I'd figured you'd make it. Okay. Now I have blanked out what was there because I was talking. Why do I do that? I know that my mind cannot handle that at this point. Figured you'd make it past the portal. That should still work, though, no matter what was there. Make it past the quarterfinals. I know someone mentioned Street Fighter to me lately, but I can't think of who it was. I always liked in Mega Man X after you, when you get the Hadouken at the end as like the secret unlockable power-up if you know how to get it. Destroys every boss in one hit. But you need full life to be able to do it. Figured you'd make it past the quarterfinals. Yeah, it's too bad we're all spread out across the planet and can't all meet up at some place. Quarter. It'd be nice to stop into a pizza place and everyone shares a pie as we chit-chat. If y'all were down here, we could go for ice cream at the place across the street afterwards. Oh, well, I guess I have something to look forward to when I eventually finish this stream. How we've been going, this is looking to be a bit of a long stream. Hopefully it's not been too long for you guys. Yeah, I imagine throughout my life I am going to run into a few of you at some point. Human lifespan is too elongated normally, and the world is compact enough for those meetings to occur on a pretty normal basis, all things considered. Why am I working on the sentence down here? I need to finish up the panel above it. Yeah. Well, if you ever need anything to draw a handgun, there's always the various species that Masasa makes up. Like the sun through the blinds, you lift me up, you lift me out, keep me walking, but never shout. Hold the secret close, I hear you say. We go. You know the way it goes about, takes you in and spits you out, and spits you out when you desire to conquer death, to be a high, to follow it. You must be keen with mistakes that you do mean. Through the heart, switch the pace. Look for what seems out of place. Yeah, down, boom, ba ba bum, ba da da down, 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 down. On and on it goes, calling like a distant wind. Through the zero I will walk, watch the thick and break the thin. No moment straight, no moment clear. All the doubts are crystal clear. Hold the secret close, I hear you say. Oh, you got friends, handgun. Just look at all the Discord members. Let's switch back. Oh, that's why it's at a different level of line depth. It's a different type of pencil I was using. Well, you do plenty of interacting with him, Masasa. I'm fairly certain he gets enough of that kind of attention. Da-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum, ba-da-dum. Oh, see, you got your foot in the door with her material. I am going to get up for a second. Oh, there we go. Just stretch and stretch and recoil at the fact that this has been going on for 4 hours. Ah, there we go. Live chat. Okay, now I can see what everyone typed while I was up and about. Well, I'm pretty sure that you heard my tale of my work that I did not, that I destroyed because I was annoyed with it, that Mega Man Zero piece. You at least physically still have your piece you were disappointed with. Yeah. Just had to take a bite of a chip to keep me going. We batch cook them in kettles, then air fry them for a light and crispy crunch with 100% bold kettle brand flavor. Our natural promise, non-GMO project verified gluten-free. Whatever the hell that means. Oh, right, I need to put in the lines for the bricks up here. Guess they're a bit big to be bricks. They're more like stones that have been put on each other. Stones from back in the early 2000s that are still standing because it is a notable location people still go to. Oh, and I did see that little picture you did while I was up, Handgun. That is a adorable, gorillas-ish looking Doko you did. Doko or someone that looks like him, all scruffy and everything. Yeah, fallen on hard times, that version of him. I don't know if this version of Doko can have hard times. He's just too happy of a guy, usually. I help people because it is the right thing to do. He is just the epitome of an good guy that does things for the sake of good. On and on it goes, calling like a distant wind. Through the zero I will walk, will cut the thick and break the thin. No moment great, no moment clear, till all the doubts are crystal clear. Hold the secret close, I hear you say. Yeah, that's Peter Murphy, one of King Shadow's favorites. And Emperor Illuminator likes the songs he does also. Here's the mug that I drink my tea out of. Mom got it for Christmas for me. She told me not to look when we were at, where was it, Meyer, that we got it, and she already knew I had seen what she was getting, but yeah, with how my mind is, I forgot what it was, so I was legitimately surprised when I opened it at Christmas, and she was like, "Why are you surprised? You saw this." And I was like, "Yeah, but you know how my head is now." Which was fine for me, because it's like it's Christmas, and you want it to be a surprise. Yeah, I don't know if I'd ever eat a book. I've eaten pieces of paper before. Oh, well, that is a rather severe problem if your cat has eaten your arm, Masasa. I would retrieve it if I were you. My own arm. My own arm comes off in my stuff. Lose it during the war. The very start of it, actually. After that, I got a robot one. And by Doko's time period, I got a robot everything. I do know there technically certain jellyfish can be immortal, because at the end of their life cycle, that specific type, they can revert back to being a child state and go through the whole process all over again. I do feel at some point that humanity is going to get to overcoming mortality in this realm of existence. We might have already gotten there if people didn't get as distracted as they do by other things when trying to advance stuff. But that's humanity. Always just fooling around with things that are rather superfluous. Okay. I think I will raise this stand up a bit. Just make it a bit easier. Have it more at my eye level. Oh, so that's how it works. Okay. hiding that. Now, come on. Why isn't this working now? What's going on here? You were working before. Yeah. Okay. Come on, I know you're a very old piece of equipment, but I don't need you sinking. Everything was going nice and smooth. What is going on with you? Okay. I think I've got it set up to where it's not going to just crack and crash and die again. Question now is this at any better of a position? Yeah, Masasa's been here for quite a bit. Oh. Let's see. Oh. Yeah, no. Masasa's been here, and I have been trying to adjust this stand that the sketchbook is propped up on. And, yeah. Boobs are immortality. Which would mean that Tesley is probably going to live for quite some time. That would be a horrible realization for, like, Sake's case, though. You do not want someone like that sticking around for that long. I guess it would mean Masasa would be here for quite a bit. But it wasn't as sure. Wasn't as sure. Okay. All right. Now I can get back to work. Yeah, that puts a smile on your face, Masasa. Although I'd imagine you want your cat sticking around for that long also. Was not I figured you'd make it past the quarterfinals, but was not as sure about the semifinals. Not as sure about the semi-finals. I guess if nothing else, this stream has been a bit of a learning experience for me. How to have things set up and everything. Although it is easier for the, I'll probably want to get a new stand for the camera here. And I'll probably want to get an adjustable stand of my own for the sketchbook. Because this giant wooden easel is not the easiest thing to adjust. There's some pain involved in the forcefulness of the adjusting. It's a bit old and a bit clinging to its gears and whatnot. Yeah, the Claw in his hat. Claw is a character that, well, I'd want figures of, like, all the characters. Just, like, imagine gashapons of, like, all the Dreamscape characters and all the different scenes you could make for the figures to be posed in. Boom, boom. Okay. And have exclusive Discord member figures made for each of them. A Masasa figure, a handgun figure, Shadow the cartoonist figure, Digital Elite figure, and of course the variety of Edward figures in all the different poses I've animated him in. Down, down, ba ba down, ba da dum, bottom, bum, bottom, bum, 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 bum. Bum, ba bum, ba da ba da ba da ba da bum, bum, bum. This has been a very tiring stream. Yeah, we'd have a anthropomorphic handgun making his dinner as the gashapon of handgun. Or trying to get other members to order him a pizza. 4 hours and 18 minutes. Ah, bah, bah. I just realized the live notification part that's up here in like the corner of the screen for me. It looks like a newscaster type of live like sign they put in the corner of the screen. Sure, that was probably intentional. So, do you guys have any YouTube people that you can think of that have not posted in years? Because I was going through my subscriptions trying to weed out which ones to try and save the videos of for ones that haven't posted in like over 2 years, in case the whole YouTube getting rid of a lot of the videos from that ends up actually happening. Okay. And then I can just digitally do the blacks here. I am so glad I got this easel out of storage. I mean, it's still Mom's, so... Although she hasn't used it in years, so I guess there's not really any harm in me using it. Here were others. Yeah. Back of my hand's getting all black from the graphite. There. Were others that did hold certain interests. Yeah, the last week, this guy has been putting up these just hilarious, like, parody voiceovers of Bionicle commercials that I'm assuming he's using some sort of AI program to imitate the narrator, but they have been so ridiculous. Like, the one about the Vaki is like, I'm never going back to that shithole Metro Nui. The robot police they have beat my ass just for smoking a blunt. And then he, instead of like ending it with the tagline that they had for the Vaki, the tagline he like says instead is defund the police. And that's just how the video ends. It's been some humorous like 3-minute clips to watch the past week from that stuff. That readjust the bones and body structure. Sitting in one spot for too long. Yeah. Oh, I just realized with the sun going down, it's going to get a bit dark in here. That's probably not a good thing for the visuals that we have. Although, probably opening up the blinds will help. What is that shadow? Is that just... yeah, oh, that's the tablet that's causing the shadow on the page. I can't really do much about that. I had an extension cord. Could move the lamp over to this area. Yeah, that's not going to stretch over here. Well, for right now, I'm just gonna... hold on. No, that doesn't turn on. Why aren't you turning on? Feels a bit annoying that... well, I guess I'll leave it in your guys' hands. Is the lighting okay for right now for the page? Or is it getting too dark? Oh, you could have the girl drawing if you wanted handgun. Okay, that's fine from handgun. I'll just go with it being all right for now. There were others that did hold certain interest. There were others that did hold certain interests interest. Kind of wish. I have things positioned as well as they probably can be now. I just wish there was a better way to have things positioned here. A more comfortable way. It's perfectly workable like this, but it feels like there'd be ideally a more functional way to do all this. There were others that did hold certain interest, and then I have Opticlops, Decker, and the Hawker drawn up here as the ones of certain interest. I was thinking about doing like all the fighters crammed in up here, but not all of them, I don't think, would be as on the radar for the Claw as certain ones, so putting them all seemed like a bit much for that kind of a statement. These are the 3 other fighters that were in this specific comic, though, so it does make it seem a bit more fitting in that regard. And it gives me less to have to draw, with it just being 3 characters as opposed to, let's see, Levicat, Veltzer von Vangel, Clampjaw, Quashi. I think that's all the others. 7 characters it would be in that case. I need to move his eye over. He's not supposed to be looking straight forward. Supposed to be looking in front of him. There we go. Hawker in her hawk-like visor. And that visor is inspired sort of by I think it was the 80s Japanese superhero team. I forget what they're called, but it's like the really popular design. And Juno and Jet Force Gemini had it for his helmet, so that's probably more of what I got it from because I loved Jet Force Gemini. Yeah, Hawker is usually a more frowny hero than Doko. Unless you get to know her, then she gets a bit more flustered and nervous sometimes when interacting. Got the little ring on her chest there. And then for Decker, you do a light shading for him. His skin is like... When I do the color for his skin, what I do is I use the color from the tiles of the arena. And it's like if it's still wet on the tiles, I will take some of that and use it for his skin, and it does a lighter shade of the color of the tiles for his skin. It's like a light yellow-brown. So in the black and white pages, it's a bit of graphite on him, but not much. Enough to give a texture. His outfit is like dark green, so that's what has the darker graphite in the black and white pictures, black and white pages. Yeah, I think Decker, originally he had like these longer, they were like dreadlock things. They went up and came back down and hooked around. But I ended up shortening the design, and that was before he was called Decker. That was just ideas for him. Oh, well, I hope you have a good time with your pop idol character, Masasa. Be sure to put it up in the art channel. Meds always help. I had some Tylenol earlier, which Handgun and Bowyer probably would attest to. I was on stream when I was bent over the table working on this and just constantly getting pains and stuff from my areas. And Decker always has these 3 of 5 structures coming off the top. And I also used that hair for like the surfer character I had concepts for. And that's sort of evolved into Decker alongside the longer dreadlock design. It's sort of a combination of those two is what he is. And then he has like the pants of Majin Buu and the shoes that Krillin and Goku wore when they were younger. The Opticlops back here, he was designed more as with the stylings of a Von Bodie type of body, all the limber, wonky, jointed areas and stuff in the limbs. And then Decker's got 2 fingers and a thumb on each hand. No claws. Not a Silveronian. Hand is getting tired. Ow. Ouch. Staying in one spot for too long will cramp up anybody. Yeah, this is a typical day for me. This is what I'm doing whenever you guys are on Discord and talking. This is generally what I'm doing. That or working on the animation, the Zim animation. Ah, bad boy. The suit has 3 vent lines on it, on each side. For what reason, I have no idea. Might be just a design choice on his part. Then he has all this, like, sports tape or whatever before it gets to his pants. There we go. Long, limber limbs for Opticlops. Okay. That's those characters. Yeah, you can survive for quite a while on chips and a drink. And I'm getting pretty hungry for, like, actual food. As it... Yeah, I was debating over whether or not I should record, like, stream this part of the comic making process as it went on. Because it is a very long process and it doesn't have the most commentary to give after enough time, especially during segments where I'm, like, writing. Certain interest so went on. But personally, I am glad. Personally, I am glad. Well, I hope this weird, strange direction you're taking, Handgun, is a beneficial one for you. Yeah. Why am I still using this pencil? That you were the one.
that you were the one, Neo, to make it to make it to this final match. This final match. Okay, and after this, there's only one more word balloon left. So I won't have to concentrate as much after that. If you want innocent, that is Doko. There's not much more innocent than you can get with him. Doko Rapilzo. Now, I don't know if you can really get Masasa's stuff innocent. That's kind of just guilty by default, usually. Uh-oh, battery is running out. It's at 15%. That's not good. Will we make it to the end of the stream and finish this? Or will we die beforehand? We have a time limit now, folks. We are in the end game. So, you think I'm the best fighter? Okay, so dot you think I'm the best fighter then? Question mark? The best fighter? then question mark. That's the final word balloon. Thank the Lord. Okay. No time to relax, though. We got this battery dying here, so we gotta make the most of our time now. There's a cloud. There's the top of the word balloon. There's the audience stand in the background. There's the camera down here that's recording for like all the TV broadcasts of the matches. There we go. Add a little reflection there. Yeah, I always try to work in the camera along the right side of the tournament, the arena. It's a bit uneven for the flooring. There we go. Here we go. Word balloon. Yeah, I hadn't even thought that we would get to like the end of the battery of the tablet. That was not a scenario that had even crossed my mind. But cross it we have, and now we are seeing if we can finish the race before it. Come on. Well, I do know that without doing the stream, this page would not have gotten done this quick. I would have been constantly getting distracted by things like Discord and YouTube. But with it on stream, I have to keep, like, doing it nonstop. So it's helped out in the production time of the page. Bit of a wide eye for Doko there. Let's raise it a bit for me to properly draw. Not going through the effort of moving the stand. Then Doko's fists are drawn up, sort of in a mid-fighting stance. Not quite to the fighting yet, but getting ready for it. And then after this is mostly just the few silhouettes that will represent the people in the stands in the background. Which I do all those, like the coloring in of those on the computer for black. So, you don't have to worry about filling them in here. messed up a bit on his lip. Don't want it to jab up that high. That's better. Add some texture to the wall of the stands back there. Then do the tiles of the arena, the floor of it. The tile can usually fit Doko inside of one. Because originally, in the very first tournament of the Shadow Tournament, they needed to be the size of the fighters to... Well, you see it kind of function when the announcer first comes out in, like, 2 comics ago. He comes out from one of the tiles. It, like, lifts up into the air with him on it as he's announcing at the end of Fightful Horizons. It's supposed to be able to allow people to fit in those spaces. All right, and then some shapes for the audience. Okay, that there, and we'll just put the back of the stand up there. Yeah, I think that might be the end of the stream. I think we have made it to the end of working on this comic page. Obviously, I need to go in and, like, make the panel lines dark still, but the actual page of this is finished, I think. So here it is. It's Doko and the Claw walking out. Are you nervous, sir? No, I'm content that you were the one to make it to the final match. Me? Truth be told, I only entered the tournament once I saw that you were here. I figured you wouldn't be here just to watch. You know me? News of the battle on Gorgok Mountain wasn't just broadcast on your island, Doko. A Gorgok Alpha may not be the most skilled opponent, but besting one is certainly nothing to scoff at. And to take the stand you did takes an admirable amount of strength and courage. Yes, sirree! All of the excitement and action, the fighting and drama, it has all boiled down to this final match between the mysterious black-cloaked fighter and the hero of Honprint Island. So yes, I was interested to see how skilled such a hero was. I figured you'd make it past the quarterfinals, but not as sure about the semifinals. There were others that did hold certain interest as it went on, but personally, I am glad that you were the one to make it to this final match. So you think I'm the best fighter, then? And that's page 54 of Heroes and Legends. This has been a very tiring experience and a very learning experience for how to set up, how to do these more comfortable drawings. But I think this will be it. Thank you all for joining me, Masasa, Handgun, Versus, Bowyer, etc., etc. And, yeah,
guess this is the end. I'll see you guys in Discord probably, and join me next time. I don't know if I'll do the digital streaming of the editing of this after, like, tomorrow, but after all this, but this was this part at least. See y'all later. Bye bye for now. Yeah, voice crack a bit. Bye bye for now.